Hello. Hello, minions. Hello, KB in the world, and Jessu, who says, hello. And hello, Bubsy the Hormagaunt, if you're there. Thank you for following before the stream. I don't know if Bubsy the Hormagaunt is related to Bubsy the Bobcat. There are many mysteries in this world. I hope it's not Bubsy the Bobcat, though. That would be problematic. What did I think of Street Fighter 6 and Final Fantasy 16? I'm very excited for Final Fantasy 16. I think it looks fantastic, and it has some of the best people at Square Enix right now working on it. You know, obviously everybody knows Yoshida, but the combat director and the battle system designer have worked on like Devil May Cry and Final Fantasy Tactics. So it's all very exciting. A lot of people working on that game that have worked on other games that I really like. As for Street Fighter 6, I'm not as much of a Street Fighter guy as I once was in my past. So I'm a little bit apprehensive about it. You know, I don't like 4 or 5 very much. I like Third Strike and Alpha a lot, though. So if it's like those games that I like, then maybe. If it's not like those games I do like, then probably not. I do think the weird like adventure mode looks very funny though. And yes, yeah, exactly, Taichi. Luke is probably the ugliest character Capcom has ever created, so he's got that going against him. Luke being in the game is like it makes that game worse. I'm sorry. Like the game could be the greatest fighting game of all time. Feature-rich, full of content, and it would still be a 9 out of 10 because Luke is in it. Luke just, like, immediately takes off a point. Megane mode. You have redeemed Megane mode. I do like Jamie, though. Yeah, the drunken kung fu guy. He looks cool. He's fine. He's got, like, I don't know why he's got this slutty crop top on, but you know what? Good for him. Wear what you want. And I always think that drunken fist fighting style is fun to watch. He's friends with Yoon and Yang, I think, is what was said on the website, which is scary because every character besides Yoon and Yang that are associated with Yoon and Yang are always fucked up. Gen was fucked up in 4 and Alpha. Like, Gen has always been a strong character, and he taught Yoon and Yang. So that's worrisome. There's a high chance that Jamie will be a fucked up character. Don't I like Canadian? I think Canadian is fun when I'm doing it, not when I'm being hit by it. I do like watching Co-op Cup, though, every year. And going, whenever Canadian happens. Co-op Cup is one of my favorite events. It's a shame it's been out of commission for, like, the past couple years, I think, due to COVID. I love Co-op Cup. I love Third Strike. But yeah, that was a good state of play. I'm very excited for Resident Evil 4 remake as well. All the remakes, like 2 and 3, have been great, so I'm looking forward to 4 as well. And at the very least, you know, if it doesn't turn out so good, at least Resident Evil 4 is like the most re-released game ever, so it's not like it's disappearing. As for this game, the game we're actually supposed to be playing, last time we did a big investigation segment and a big court segment, and we finally left off right as we found the warehouse of the enigmatic engineer, Enoch Drebber, who looks weirdly like Astinian from Final Fantasy XIV. What if Resident Evil 4 Remake doesn't have the bingo line? That's my one concern, is that they'll remove all the goofy stuff from the script. Stuff like, Sadler, you're small time. That's my one fear about Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm sure I think it'll play great, I think it'll look great, I think it'll be really fun, but I'm worried it won't have the goofy script that is so iconic to Resident Evil 4. Like, I was kind of fine with them punching up Resident Evil 2's script a bit, because I feel like Resident Evil 2 is less intentionally goofy. 4 is very intentionally goofy. Also, yeah, that is one thing I like, Linkwolf, is that Street Fighter 6 does actually appear to be taking place after 3 finally advancing the Street Fighter timeline. It would be nice to see Remy again. And like an older Makoto would be cool. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. I don't know if I don't think they've confirmed, like they said, yes, this takes place after 3, but it kind of very clearly does, just because Ryu and Chun-Li is older. And I think the girl Chun-Li was sparring with is the girl she adopted at the end of Street Fighter 3's story. The 23rd of October, Enochs Workshop. Oh, it looks like the machine. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. They're only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You really worked miracles. It was not her, it was the dog. Look at this dog. Look at Toby. Toby's great. He's got a little neckerchief. Also, it looks like, yeah, we're talking about Old Man Ryu. He looks like he's wearing, like, Oro's body wrapping. Shootin' Dragoon, thank you for giving out a couple gift subs. Enjoy them, Taichi, and Mitchell in all caps. It's just Mitchell, but the name is in all caps. Kono Pressure. Thank you for those gift subs, Shootin' Dragoon. Now you can all enjoy fun little emotes. It's Toby who's the miracle worker. What is that face? Can you... What is going on here? Why is he so scrunched? What is this face, Gregson? Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brown. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Yeah, he's making the same face that guy from The Simpsons does when he ate the lemon. I'm gonna need to make an edit of that later. Yeah, I added too much vinegar to his fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Oh, he's no longer scrunched. He's no longer scrunchly. Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. Well, I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, now would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're open to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Von Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to loyal types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ah ha 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 ha! Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. That's his new job. His new career as a waxwork model is paying dividends. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Okie doke. What is this? I'm curious about this trophy. Hello, Griffith from Berserk. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can't tell me you've never seen a trophy before. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Have I had a massage before? I have had a massage before. They feel very nice. I could use a massage. Actually, I should just get like someone who's always prepared to massage me. Frankly, I could use massages a lot of the time. I gotta get those knots out. Would you like a massage? No, no. No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. Can't believe he turned down Sholmes' massage offer. Don't pretend you're straight, Vianosuke. Come on, you can accept a massage from another man. According to the website, Luke from Street Fighter works for a paramilitary corporation and likes PC games and wacky t-shirts. Wow, he's the worst. I need to see Luke in the, I'm about to level up and you look like enough EXP shirt. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I wouldn't agree more, my dear madam. And now how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? I'm curious, though, isn't it? You wouldn't expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display here, somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. Oh my god, I'm tongue-twisted. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy. Now it's my trophy. Now I am the master of science. Airplane. Have airplanes been invented yet? What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Okay, so we have invented those. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes. But a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Yeah, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. Ryunosuke doesn't know how physics work. He just doesn't know. He doesn't know a thing about it. Though, to be fair, he himself has admitted throughout this case he doesn't know anything about science. Ryunosuke is definitely the type of guy in this time period who goes to the movie theater and, like, sees the train coming at him in the movie and, like, freaks out. I don't think Ryunosuke is a flat earther. I just think he's dumb. I just think he's dumb in a normal way. Wasn't Ryunosuke an English major? I believe so. Because Kazuma was the one studying law, and Ryunosuke took that up after Kazuma's death. I think he was studying English in college, yes. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? What about tilted towers? This looks like the machine. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. What? They're both touching it, though. I really like Gina's outfit in this game. Well, these two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just at these two, Miss Susato. They're both freaks. What is this? Why does it look... Is that like a... Oh, it's a quiver for the arrows shot from the crossbow. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Alright, we found more evidence that Drebber was the one who shot that green balloon. What have we here? Right? It's definitely not a coincidence that he has this quiver of arrows. I'm sure he'll do something very funny to try to explain it away, though. Try to imagine... No, I don't think the arrows are made of steel. I think it's just the heads. You know, the pointy bits. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over here from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have the permission. And no one's giving it to you. Oh, he looks so sad. He's so sad. Grayson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Look at that face Grayson's making. He looks so smug. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Never mind. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Bark, bark. Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. He's just running away. Gotta go. They just ran away. Oh my, someone is in there. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh! Noom! There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? I don't know, that door looks too heavy to kick down. Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Oh boy, action. I love some action. What is this place? Is that a bomb? This dude set us up the bomb? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Wait, why are there footsteps on the ceiling? Oh, what a feeling when you're dancing on the ceiling. What's up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what have we here then? Why is everybody ignoring the bomb? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's brownie machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Well, maybe he used it to climb up out of the skylight. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive, too. Yeah, why are we just ignoring this? The bomb. The fucking pack of dynamite right here. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars. Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? Yeah, it's like fucking Looney Tunes brand dynamite. What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? Ah ha 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 ha! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? Yeah, exactly. You can just draw a hole on the wall and toss the bomb through and it'll go off safely. I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He looks like he's making that face people make when they meet Excalibur in Soul Eater. Excalibur. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. Yeah, we don't have to talk about Fire Force. We can just remember Soul Eater as it was. We can remember Soul Eater for being great, and we don't have to think about Fire Force being mid. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Enochs Workshop is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down into the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed. The key here... Wait, there's a safe number on that chair. Is gravity. Oh, this is pretty cool looking. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Yeah, he's doing like Mind Palace stuff, except it actually looks cool and is also funny. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. No, that is a bomb. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. Why is he, like, thinking this is, like, a mechanic in a platformer? Like some fucking Mega Man level. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had while I fell out of bed. Of course he did. Conclusion, because gravity was reversed. Topic 2, missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Whee! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the other otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Yeah, the rope. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. You did it, Sholmes. What a banger. The conclusion, escaped via the skylight. What a banger. You did it again. You've truly solved the mystery. Now it's time to beat his ass in the quote retweets. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Yeah, no, this one isn't gonna fly, buddy. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. Just one more thing. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? The anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century. It's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Wait, so it's not possible, because you told me that was impossible. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Yes, yes, we've all seen that quote. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was, clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Otto lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Trevor had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Owned. They're beating your ass in the quote retweet, Sholmes. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you only need to look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Trevor gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's fix this. I can fix him. I can fix him. Yes, everything got turned upside down for some reason. Gravity. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how it happened, right? To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. My soul is not weighed down by gravity, no. Nothing here seems to be weighed down by gravity. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of an anti-gravity device. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, the safe didn't turn upside down. Ah, look, Miss Susato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. How about that? Yes, that's true. How's the attorneying? We're currently trying to prove to Sholmes that there is no such thing as an anti-gravity device. It's going great. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Bum, 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 bum. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of anti-gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear. Saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Oh, but this vase isn't upside down. Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? No, I wasn't thinking that at all. To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me. Let's see, what else? Do we have anything else to examine in here? Yeah, it's gotta be the vase then.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. They're beating your ass in the quote retweet, Sholmes. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. The safe was a red herring. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he's back to normal. He's fine. He recovered. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there's an explanation. I love how much more elaborate these scenes have been getting. The deductions. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I saw a chair before that had, like, a safe code written on it. It literally said the word safe and then some numbers, so... that's probably it. Yeah, this. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe, 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, it's gotta be this.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. It's like writing your computer password on a post-it and then posting the post-it on the computer. Just keep the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Snap. Yes, Mr. Trevor overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. We did it. We solved that one mystery. Conclusion, to find the safe combination. Solved. Alright, now to the second one that is even sillier than the first one. Oh, what a feeling when you're walking on the ceiling. Really, is that the truth? Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What is this? There's a balloon? This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too, look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. No, I don't think he's locked in the safe. I think he might have used this balloon to get up there. Why is there a shoe on here? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look! Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I guess it's gotta be the shoe. Whee! I love the animations, these are so cool. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skyline at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? Maybe he was trying to pop it for some reason? A green balloon. That seems awfully familiar data. Ah. No, I don't think there's multiple sets because he threw the shoe more than once before it got stuck up there. It was a piece of green balloon envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Goetz claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah. Most probably, Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? No, it's not the rope. Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Yeah, the crossbow. And we found a quiver full of arrows, too.
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Well, and also, you know, getting caught, but... So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam! Pop! Oh, it's the head. The head of the mannequin. But what the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. It's Dr. Doom. Richards! It does look rather like Dr. Doom. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Yeah, it's MF Doom. It's all caps when you say the name. Thank you for remembering that, Asmodem. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's the one that was missing. I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Alto. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle a sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor. Gosh, I just wonder who this Professor could be. I wonder what his real name is. Maybe something that starts with an M. Yes, but why is it here? The Harlequin of crime, some people call him. Yeah, you're right, it's Morbius. He's Morbin. This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Who could have seen that coming? Who would have thought that something in this game just didn't happen for no reason? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? Oh, maybe he did lock himself in the safe. Because we heard like what sounded like a door closing. Like a little click. As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this seduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Pop, pop, it's the safe.
Take that!
Someone in the chat guessed earlier that he locked himself in the safe, and I'm like, wait, that can't be it. Wait, yes it is. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Yeah, that sound of the door slamming. I thought it might be the window, but it was the safe. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. Oh, this version of the song is really good too. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time in no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Trevor. Dude's rock is at this very moment inside the safe. You can just hear quietly from in the safe. Uh-oh. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. How would he get out? I'm assuming there's a way to open it from the inside. Conclusion. Inside the safe. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Dudes, in fact, do be rockin'. So, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? I don't know if all safes can be opened from the inside, but if we're assuming Drebber made this to hide in, he could probably unlock it from the inside. Like he made it himself, maybe? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. All right, then. Here goes. Clickety-clack. Get in the sack. Hey there. Oh my god. He's all folded up. The man is folded. You found me. Why did he roll out like an armadillo? What is it? Sir, are you okay? What are you doing? Whoa. Hello. Why do you look like a Stinian from Final Fantasy? Very cool. You really wanted to show off your animating skills. I get it. I was not expecting him to be so quirky immediately. I thought he would be very dour, just judging from his picture. He is goated with the sauce. Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Trevor, I presume? Correct. Yo, why is his fingers wiggling like that? He's got the mechanical yaoi hand. He looks so much like a Stinian, it's fucked up. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Okay, so the bomb is actually live. Deactivate your parcel? And I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha, ha, ha! I see. Stunned silence. Why does he look like the fucking Joker with that face? You're gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Oh no, you're breaking his dreams. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. What's this freak's deal? Here, check this out first. It might surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Any chance 2 negatives make a positive? God, this guy's such a freak. I'm sure a lot of people want to fuck him. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Hold on, hey, at least take me out to dinner first. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Well, we've been giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. Whee! When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. He's just got the music in his heart. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Ah, yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. So no head? And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Are these engineering jokes or euphemisms? You tell me. Tell me about the bomb. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. Blah blah. It's especially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. He does look like he has every disease. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. See, that's what I figured. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Fun fact, Trevor's theme is called The Link Between Science and Magic, and he's named after the victim in A Study in Scarlet. Oh, that's right, he is. Yes, Trevor. It's been so long since I read it, I forgot the name. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Boop, boop, bop. Why is this guy doing the robot constantly? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time requirement for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Everybody just looks at Sholmes, yes. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. There's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. Wait, so let me get this right. Madame Tuspels knows what the killer looks like, somehow, but put a mask on it to not reveal the identity because no one is supposed to know the killer's identity because he was in a closed trial and stuff. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. Oh, it's her. Ma'am? Miss? Hello? So I guess the question is, how does Madame Tussbells know what the killer looks like, what the professor looks like? What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. Two of the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Oh, woman. Yeah, I guess that would explain it, right, KB? In the world, her family has that whole thing of, like, making the figures, the waxwork figures, like, because they go to the executions to see the person who gets executed, and that's how they make such accurate figures. So I guess that's how she did it. She got to go to the professor's execution somehow. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Ah, he knows her. Hello, Sholmes. Did they fuck? I hope not. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell unit. Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Oh, he's sticking up for us. Take that, you evil, sexy woman. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. Wiggle. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Uh-oh. Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. What other bomb is there? Oh, it's on the one at the exhibition. He's like an unholy fusion of Estinian and Emmett Silk. That's not good. Oh. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Well, that's one way to cover up the evidence, huh? Is that what he's gonna pull here? That's his scheme? Well, now you can't connect me to the crime because I blew it up. So you could only get me for blowing things up, not for being a murderer. I guess we're going into the trial now. What intrigue? What fun? What mysterious mysteries await us more? That sentence makes no sense. I should have said what mysterious mysteries await us ahead. Okay. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I also hope Balloon Man doesn't come back, and Small German Child. I hope they're gone forever, but you know, Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. You made it on time for once. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in a battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, he's interrupting again. Interrupting Sholmes says what? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. I just got beat up by a 10-year-old. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have to let it in her... Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Why is he dancing? He just does that. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Sorry to interrupt your horribly unfunny bit, Sholmes. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy report. Interesting. I'll have to take a gander at that. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lol of the yard are just doing what we can. The shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Yeah, we've got another incident that took place 10 years ago. Ace Attorney loves those. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Ooh, you gotta listen to them. They have the big hats. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Things happen in every trial we're not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. 24th of October, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Yep, there's Von Zeke's quote-unquote assistant. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zeek has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Thank you. Good job. That's what he's here for. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. He's got like a saber. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. Yeah, he has a regular sword now because we've got his katana. His soul! I bet that's what'll happen. This is my prediction. We give him back his katana and that'll make him remember because it has his soul. A katana is a man's soul, you know? It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we'll understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life and with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides, the fence, and, then settle it on one. That's it, isn't it? Again, why is there like a 6-year-old here in the jury? Wasn't like that in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zeeks. Before I do, my lord... Sorry. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion! Oh my god, he's got a gun. This is an outrage! Yeah, Drebber blew it up. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flame. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Okay, we can at least still see the part where it opens up to reveal a trapdoor. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Trevor. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Post-explosion photograph. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Yes. We couldn't examine the machine after all. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. But it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
As Lord Von Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose this information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Yeah, you go after them. You get their asses, Ryunosuke. It's rare that we get to, make an opening statement. That's cool. I like that Ryunosuke got to, make an opening statement, sort of. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor, to the stand. There he is, Mr. Tick-Tock Clock himself. That's his favorite world in Mario 64. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Trevor. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused's super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. So you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? Give me that paper, thank you. It was you, Mr. Trevor, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Ah! My throat. Ah! It got caught on something. I'm fine now. I'm good. Look at him go. Look at him wiggle. Why is he like this? Whee! Can you please act normal? An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection.
But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection.
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by a means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Alright, let's hear its funny testimony. About the kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? I mean, we did propose that very idea yesterday. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But I would be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well-versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Yeah, there was a stage trick that he pulled when we were investigating even, stuffing himself into the safe. Investigation of the Witness's Workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Oh boy. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. This guy is, like, going in. Trying to put suspicion on Hairbrain again.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Look at that fake sad face he has. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. What a freak. Do we actually have the burned blueprints as evidence? I guess not. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Trevor really was a very talented scientist. Guess that's all. I thought there might be something hidden on it. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Yeah, this was the camera we found on the waxwork of Trevor at Tussbell's. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Suzato-san, she looked devastated. Ba 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 ba. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. She just steals it. Poor Professor Mikatoba. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th June. That's Courtney Stevens. Hey, who's Courtney Stevens? It's weird that we have this whole thing with us somehow, but okay. I think I should just keep pressing him for now. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. What a horrible coincidence for you. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset, from the beginning. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. What about the waxwork model? Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin. No, we just talked about this, dude. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. So what are we leaning towards now? That Asman was the professor all along? Is that where we're leaning towards? And that's why they stole the waxwork model, because it looks like him? Because he is the professor? That's my theory. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Yeah, it's gotta be the waxwork. Maybe I can examine it more somehow? Gotta get this thing open. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Good job, Naruto. That's exactly the problem here. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. More the inhumanity of it, but okay. Oh, right. Sorry. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as well you know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Okay, so we found this piece of the Crystal Tower in the mannequin's like jacket pocket. So I'm gonna try it. Nope. There's more. We gotta pull this out a little farther. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. So he's like, no, actually I was there, I changed my mind. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken a vertebrae as a result from the fall of a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
There must be more to this I'm missing. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest other ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Whee! Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Oh my god, drag his ass. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked Professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. I don't know. I would simply not be naive. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zieg's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? So we have to definitively prove that the machine was a trick. I think that might be the first thing we have to do. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Bum 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 bum. If only we still had the blueprints that he burned. We could, like, compare them to the machine. But it didn't crash. Oh yeah, it didn't crash head first because look, it landed on this part, right? That must be what's going on here.
Objection.
Yeah, there we go. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is that the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Ugh. He had to, like, take a break in the middle of his gah.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Aye. Well, if we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we can draw. Damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection.
But multiple witnesses report claiming it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Thank you for that interjection, Suzato. I like how she has to interject to give the other measurement. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Yeah, it's for Ryunosuke's sake, I know, but it's still funny. Beep beep boop. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Although to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deserves a personal friend of his. One who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Yeah, we have to figure out the exact specifics of how the deception was achieved, not just say that's the case. Wow, I didn't expect to be challenging magician's tricks in 2 games. I guess I should have, though. That's happened even before in Ace Attorney. Yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. Why does Drebber have the K-Dash glove? I don't know. It might just be a prosthetic. Who knows? It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. Beep, boop. He's always doing the robot. Okay, we have the balloon evidence, though.
Objection.
Oh, wait, what did I do wrong? I guess I gotta press him first. Beep boop.
Hold it.
What do you mean? Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. He's always doing the robot. What a freak. The birdcage plummeted 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Well, we got the balloon. Maybe the picture.
Objection.
No, that's not right. Darn. I'll figure it out. Oh, you know what? This could be it. It fell into the stage. Maybe I'm thinking of this backwards. If what we're proposing here is that the bird cages were switched.
Objection.
No, fuck. Maybe I'm doing the wrong statement. I should save because I've already wasted so many of my health bits. I'm confused. I'm confused on this one, honestly. I'll figure it out. I already tried the balloon pick. I already tried that one. Did I? Yeah, I already tried this one. Did I accidentally...
Objection.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe I accidentally... Whoops. Owned. I thought maybe I accidentally presented another picture, but I was wrong.
Hold it.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. It must have something to do with this. The diagram? Maybe. This one?
Objection.
Oh, alright, fine. It wanted to be weirdly specific, I guess. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram.
Yeah, this is...
Take that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking before. I guess it wanted me to be specific with the diagram. The place... Sometimes Ace Attorney is like that, where even if you're on the right track, you can present the wrong evidence. The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, this birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height as above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we'd assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Owned. Now we're gonna prove that by showing the picture with that shows there's a hole in the stage. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection.
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal disruption of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photograph. Oh, it didn't even make us selected. the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yeah, it's most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Oh boy, we'll find it. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. He's all wiggly. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh god. Ugh. Ah. This guy's animations are so out there. Yeah, get it. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? 2? Like Kingdom Hearts 2? This is just like Kingdom Hearts 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection.
He didn't have to switch them, one was already in the balloon. It was all set up beforehand. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are the one and the same. Yeah, because Drebber was dead beforehand. He was the one in the balloon. Come on. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah! And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Von Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Oh boy, I love it when the prosecution is like, here's evidence that breaks down your argument after you made your argument. You didn't get to see it before. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Wah! Owned. Poor Ryunosuke. You gotta buck up, kid.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
I need to take a look at that immediately. I need to take a look at this. The investor, Mr. Odiasman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. And they both signed it. So there must be more to this contract we aren't getting right away. It's true. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead, my reputation is defiled. The prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
Oh, get his ass. It's got the fade out and everything, and like, who said that, even though we know it's Ryunosuke? At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. I'm gonna beat his ass. Beat his ass in the quote retweets. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of murder. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel. Do you intend to pursue this cause and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So that's what my stance is going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? I think we have to name the accomplice, and I think I know who it was. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow, the 2 birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, there's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stock warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
I think it was Odiasman. I think they were in it together. And I think that Drebber betrayed Asmund somehow.
Take that!
Who is this person?
Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know.
Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement?
Oh no, I fucked up. Never mind. Whoopsie. I thought it was Odie Asman. Oh no. Oh no, I have to try again. Oh no, it's guilty. I gotta fix it.
Guilty.
Whoopsie.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
I thought she was gonna hit the button with her corn. I fucked up. Rip. Owned. Oh no, he's dead now. Let's retry. Alright, let's rethink this. It's not Odie Asman, I guess. Because we can't back down, because we've got nothing if we back down. What about Balloon Guy? Maybe. He might know how to make the balloons.
Take that.
No, it's not the Balloon Guy. Yes, I definitely that was exactly it. The little German boy? I doubt it. I doubt that seems unlikely to me. Yeah, I think it might be Tuspels then. Because... Maybe the wax figure being stolen was just a cover-up. It wasn't actually stolen.
Take that.
Oh, never mind. Let me reread here a bit. Oh no, I can't go back far enough.
Take that.
Oh, I'm screwing it all up.
Take that.
It's not small German boy. Maybe I do have to back down from this. Oh yeah, the coroner's report. Hang on. Could it be her then? I wish I could...
Take that.
Yeah, I guess it is her, right? If she's somehow allied with Drebber. But why? Because if the coroner's report is inconsistent, she might have doctored its support somehow. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. That's true. Except, I don't see my enemies that way. I see them as very small, but I understand it from Ryunosuke's position. We're taking on the government now, I guess. Oh, alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Yeah, the autopsy's been screwy from the start, hasn't it? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Jump, 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 jump.
You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your arguments. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? On my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly. If the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another...
Oh, so that's how they could have pulled it off with the mannequin, right? The coroner was the one who investigated, so she could have said the mannequin was the real dead body.
The cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a dead body double for Mr. Asman. Ah, that's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've gotten an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. We'll present the mannequin head. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Oh yeah, turn it around on him. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! Yeah, now he knows. It's the mannequin. The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Avsman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, Council, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. He's spooked. It's a scary situation. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. I like how he had his eyes closed because he's so afraid.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Look very deeply. It's a very heterosexual thing. This isn't about looking into my eyes with love. It's about looking into my eyes with fear. Okay. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. Yamato Mashi! Remember your breathing! As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Slap! Oh no, the weak little slap, it's back! A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
It was started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Uh-oh, he's sweating. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbell's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. The timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Look at him wiggle. He's wiggling in fear. We've got him nailed to the wall now. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Hey, back off now. I got more to say here before you start doing this jury thing I gotta do. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Uh-oh.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your learnings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Oh, wow, that was fast.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty!
They didn't even, think about it. Alright, we gotta do the jury thing.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination.
I like how Ryunosuke doesn't even have to ask this time. The judge is like,
alright, I know you're going to do it. Let's get on with it. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crimes of which he is charged.
Yeah, the judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man's has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. Based, thank you.
I've seen no rigorous proof of this waxwork is ever inside the bird's cage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, easy. I won't have it. Again, why is there a child here? She looks like she's 5 years old.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
It did get very complicated very fast. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Asmund's really the professor, that's what I'm banking on. Right, the rumor is he crawled out of his grave after being executed, somehow revived, and was never seen again. And then Mr. Asmund comes along. He's revealed to be like some sort of underworld guy who paid off the jurors in a separate trial, and so we know he was a bad guy. He just swapped out murdering for other crimes, maybe. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? So I bet we open up that helmet and we'll see Asmund's face. Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model just looked like the victim, or maybe it's not. Who knows? Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. These are always fun. I like Ryunosuke, like, walking around like it's To Kill a Mockingbird or something.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must.
Yeah, that figures. All cops are like that.
What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough.
I don't think they do now, as they should. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Did Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat.
Youngish.
That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's all what we all dreamed of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. He supports women. Good for him.
Hold it!
Bum. But we're only just starting to understand this case.
I'm ignoring you. I'm reading my news.
What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind these murders on Soda Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
The sky is very rectangular.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. You gotta give them the press. Gotta give her the press.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Whoa. She's into the BL, I see. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Yeah, she is a cultured woman.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street centers, and the like. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Oh, what's this guy about?
Excuse me!
Please don't twirl your weapon around like that. Yeah, the 20th century Fujoshi. We're truly entering an enlightened era now, within the 1900s. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Why are you calling me a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you looked like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, from that funny deduction a couple days ago. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. By the Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? Humph. No one would have called a coroner into question then days. This coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Aha!
I was wondering... Where is it? Because the professor's autopsy report was done by Courtney Stevens. So did she change her name to Scythe at some point? I mean, she has a daughter, so maybe it's because she got married?
She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Yeah, her maiden name. That's what I figured, because she got married and we saw that she had a daughter. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah, I have it. I just showed it.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
There we go, we've got it.
Objection!
There we go, and then we can present the coroner's report on the professor as evidence. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. I think this animation is really cute. Where Ryunosuke is walking back and forth. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. She has a nice beauty mark, I just noticed that under her right eye. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
The autopsy report. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The killer known as MF Doom.
The Professor's, but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drever very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drever. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Yeah, we got one. Alright, like 2 or 3 more to go.
Quite right. We couldn't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the odds best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Alright. One more. Okay, now we can press these last 2.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. And if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Let me take a look at my record here. Yeah, we do actually. He has he had the glass in his pocket. This, yeah. I do have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's the only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. He is wearing a black suit. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
Yeah, the glass.
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
Whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Oh, he relaxed. We did it.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
How very egalitarian.
In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Oh, I went too far. He does look a little Uncle Pennybags-ish, doesn't he? He doesn't have quite the right mustache, though. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes! That's very encouraging. I guess we have to press the little girl. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, that nibbling does seem to be taking quite a while. Maybe we could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Is it colonels as in K-E-R-N, or... Well, that's how it's spelled on the screen, but I'm confused. Whenever I've something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble nobble guilty gobble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bobble. Nibble not guilty out. What? What does that even mean? What does any of this mean? Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home? So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me tub's awfully full already. Amazing. Thank you, Rinosuke. That's a horrible pun. Please die. I have no idea why this tiny child is in court. She looks like a child, but... I guess we'll pit, Mr. Moneybags against the baby. Because now we have proper evidences. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Ooh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Corn.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Corp, to be honest.
Thanks, cool. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Bop it. Alright, we've balanced it out. Why did you wait until now?
Well, me too, then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anything who's got stuff in between their ears.
Pop it. I wish she hit it with her corn, but she doesn't. Success! If you can call it that. Thank you. We did it through the power of peer pressure.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Hooray! We have once again swayed the court back to our side, mostly.
Waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drever to Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
Nah. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
I knew she would get on the stand eventually. Tuspels.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Von Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Yeah, I bet. We're taking on the government now.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes.
I just wonder what Dr. Sai's motivation would be in conspiring with Drever. I wonder what she has against Asmon.
During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. If it's true, if my theory about Asmon actually being the professor is true, then I guess that could be it. To be continued. No! Ba, ba, ba. The return of the great departed soul. Griffith from Berserk redeemed a compliment? Let's see. Oh, how shall I compliment you today? I don't know if we're finishing the case tonight, Taichi. It's grown in complexity rather fast. Hang on, let me do this compliment. Griffith from Berserk, I really loved you in Berserk. I especially love that one page with the lips. Your lips are beautiful, Griffith from Berserk. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for gracing my stream with your presence. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. And I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Hello, Hairbrain. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Von Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from a university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. Throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yeah, that is a little suspicious, isn't it? Yes! In fact, I alone am not a member of this set. It's almost like you were just chosen out of a convenience. Though that leaves me as an empty set, alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh, who's there? Oh, hi. Sorry of accusing you of a crime. Dr. Scythe? Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nee Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Yeah, it was Sholmes who gave it to Greg... Or was it... Oh yeah, it was Gregson who gave it to us, but Sholmes is like, aha, it totally wasn't me who asked for it. Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Now that's kind of hot, so it's fine. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Wait, how does that work? Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Alright, bye. No, come back, you're so sexy. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in fact, the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Gasp. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. It says Sholmes Caramel on it. Is this Sholmes brand caramel? Did he make it himself? Even though he said he bought it? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I wonder. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Let's go! Let's get back in there! The 24th of October, 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I wish court cases were solved this fast in real life. Da-da.
In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident of the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
And it seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter.
So, yeah, we just take it one step at a time, right? Because this has all gotten very complex very fast.
Lord Von Zeeks,
My lord.
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Oh, a new camera angle. How wild. How wacky. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. We gotta firm it up. Is she making a waxwork of Herlock? State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxworker artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Yeah, that's Herlock, all right. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? And there are 2 of them in the world. One of them's only part-time, though. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believe it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Oh, well, there goes my theory about him actually being the professor. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? Oh, she's pretty. She's so pretty, minions. We got 2 very beautiful, questionably ethics women in this case. How lucky are we? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it wouldn't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. They don't know, chat. He doesn't know. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We at Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Yeah, so she's implying she was there at the execution of the professor and saw his real face.
Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity above us.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family a secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come. She's advertising herself. We respect the hustle.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. All right, let's hear about it. The special exhibit on the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, it was very worried that I would be discovered. So she wasn't allowed into the execution. She just did it after he was buried.
The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve that resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Yeah, of course Von Zeeks is interested in this. The guy killed his brother. Naturally, I was aware of the time that his identity was a secret, but Taspers could not be Taspers if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Wow, that's old. She just kept it? The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. So we've determined that the eyewitness was Drebber, right? Yeah, it says right there, Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. Look at the signature. Oh, Asmund. Did he illustrate the picture then? Interesting. Also, there was a mad sheep rampage and something about Charles Darwin. And something really stinky. That is why I have produced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. Yeah, and the Great Stink. That was the Thames being so polluted that it actually caused everything to stink, right? And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Crossing swords again.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. Oh, I definitely think the witch girl is innocent. It's the robot man and the doctor who are in on it together, not Tuspel. She's innocent. She's just a witness. She is very attractive, though. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. Oh, it's loading us a little scene. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way out of the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. So who shot him? The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? Spooky. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. But a while afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that the people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Maybe he was just put into a coma or something and woke up in his grave. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the interned fate.
Spooky.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Como ça? I think that's how you pronounce that. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you should claim to have captured by taking an impression of the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of the Tuspels. Who was the gravedigger? It was Trevor, wasn't it? Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Why would you ask her to admit this in a courtroom? It would seem the proprietors of the repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the reason d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present knew the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. And of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
Spooky. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Oh, well that's spooky. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh. Gross. I guess rigor mortis doesn't last forever, does it? It only lasts for a short time after you die. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Yeah, I was right, it's rigor mortis. A rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs recently in deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body began to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Right. She needed to wait for rigor mortis to set in, but she didn't have the chance. So rigor mortis was already starting to go away by the time she got to it. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I mean, it is a murder case. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspel's. I think it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. That's a bad joke. This is no time for jokes, Miss Usato.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. At midnight.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan could be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
So, said he was hung at midnight. You say that dawn was approaching. That was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. But wait, if rigor mortis sets in... The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour.
It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant? I think it is. The timeline. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I may believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I mean by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. Ba-da-da. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. It says here he was hung at midnight. I think that's part of the issue here.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their learnings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Von Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting, anyway. I mean, the professor did kill his brother. Of course he would be invested. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. So he was hung at midnight. So would that mean... And she took the wax impression before he was interred. But it says here, he rose from the grave in the dead of night. And it was at sunrise that she left. So there's obviously something messed up with the timeline here. Whoops, I meant to press present. Yeah, because she said she took the wax impression before the professor was interred. So that means
Drebber had to see him rise from his grave after she took the wax impression, right? So I think we should present the newspaper here.
Objection.
No, fuck. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science. Oh, okay, so he's not the gravedigger. He was just hanging out there for some reason. Let me think here. So there's obviously something wrong with her timeline. Because oh, it was before rigor mortis set in. The doesn't say anything about rigor mortis. So, wait, okay, so she left at 4 a.m., roughly. Because the sunrise is at 4:40, which means it was 4 hours and 10 minutes after the hanging at midnight. But rigor mortis sets in 3 hours after the body's dead, right? So maybe I should present the autopsy.
Objection.
Fuck. Okay, maybe I'll present it here.
Objection.
There we go. Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Qui? Or wait, quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impressions just before dawn, and at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Side's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! If the professor had indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. Yeah, she's not lying. She would have no reason to lie about this, so something about the report must be falsified.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! I like how his assistant doesn't react at all. He's got no feelings about this.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
It's gotta be the newspaper, right? I can't think of anything else it would be. It's gotta be the old newspaper.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of the night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes, indeed.
Mas oui. That young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Yeah, it's Trevor.
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
His name's literally written on the page, but okay, I'll point it out for you.
Take that!
This isn't even a hard one. The man in question is Enoch Trevor. Trevor?
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Like, his name is literally on the newspaper, guys. You can read it. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave and beside the tomb. A young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man was a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Trevor.
Order, order, order. Surely not, Counsel.
Trevor was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it is extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from museum some 10 days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Trevor. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my!
Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout the Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. Yeah, the one she had. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in this article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it literally says right there. How are you not on the same track with me? When I read the article, I went out to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Well, there you go. There you have it. The thing we kind of already figured. I don't know why this is being treated as a big revelation. We kind of already figured this part out. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. Oh, I see. I'm getting where it's all going now. For some reason, Drebber wanted the coroner specifically to find the waxwork as a sort of message, right? Telling her she fucked up, that he was still alive, and to prove once and for all his story, right? If he could get under the coroner's skin, get her to come out with the truth that she had said someone was dead that really wasn't, then that would prove his story too, which everybody just kind of brushed off. So Drebber has been seething about people not believing him for the last 10 years. And Scythe had to write down that it was the real victim, Dr. Asman, because if she revealed the truth that it was a waxwork of the professor, then she would be forced to reveal the whole story, which would ruin her career, probably. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Exactly, see, that's what I just said. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Yeah, the news stories seem to have a bigger play in all the cases in this game. I wonder if that's leading up to something. Lord Van Zieks wouldn't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you all warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. That's right. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zieks. You don't think Drebber is seething because no one believes him? Yeah, it might be something else. Could be some other reason, but it is surely because of that night. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Yeah, why was he at the cemetery in the first place, exactly? Why did he have that shovel that he may have been using to dig up the professor? What is it? So he might have some relation to the professor. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
All right then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Alright, all three are here now. The gang's all here. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Von Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor with his salt. This is a little bit base. Despite his racism, Von Zieks is a loyal prosecutor. We've been over this. Mr. Drebber, You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. He looks scared. We've got him on the ropes. And Dr. Scythe. As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is a belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. There he is. We're gonna see this guy's face soon, I'm sure of it. This model of the killer known as Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tisk, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Nothing to say, huh? You're all clammed up? If what you saw on that graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was a student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all those years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Cook. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Very well, then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. Oh, now she shuts up. She's scared.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. Oh boy. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Oh, okay. I knew he was gonna do this. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. I see. So he's denying it for the sake of his reputation, probably. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to be a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is... Yeah, I don't know why they're highlighting some of his words like that. I don't know what the significance is. Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. Yeah, now of course he's gonna say it wasn't true, because, like, the worst crime is being associated with the murder. So of course he'll say it was all a fiction now. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my arguments?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned activists. Convicts. Why did I read activists?
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any of valuables buried with the dead. Just their bodies themselves. So you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Yeah, now we know what the shovel was for. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of the interest, who drew the illustration for this article? We already saw his signature, it's Asmon. Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched the right in front of me as I described the scene. Yeah, now we have the motive, of course. It was Asmon. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Like, his signature's on it. That's why he wanted to kill Asmon, because he ruined his reputation by revealing his identity when he didn't want that to be the case.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
Yeah, that's what he's been seething about, not just no one believing him. At once, my lord. All right. Okay, I guess I gotta get him to elaborate on some stuff.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to bury a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Well, at least we've confirmed it's a spade. No more arguing over what it is. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you are caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same.
Well, I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you have revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Yeah, exactly. He blackmailed Scythe with the waxwork, threatening to reveal that she made a bad coroner decision. Buried a guy who wasn't really dead. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well...
Hold it!
yeah, he's totally bullshitting. What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Surely it is. Surely it's unrealistic. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Let me see. Da 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 dum 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 da. We might have to dig deeper before we can come up with some evidence for that. I don't think we have what we need yet.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and como say, I found the man. Yes, this article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? What was it? His nudes? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. He took his camera. So the camera on the model was the real one. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. But unfortunately the camera was missing its plate, so we can't like find a, you know, I would think, you know, it would have, this didn't have the plate in it. But wait, what is that red stain on it? I forgot to examine it when the thing was out. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, and actually... Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Haha. So that could be what we need.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is Zettelspell's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Alright. But I don't know if that's the proof we need. Let me press this last one just in case.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably, sorry, that's a word I haven't seen before, execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Well, it's not illegal. Professor Albert Harebrine was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sly's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. I guess it is the camera. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Yeah, it's gotta be the camera.
Objection!
No, it's not the camera. Fuck. I must be skipping a step here. No, I checked. The camera doesn't have its plate in it, so we can't see the picture it took.
Objection.
Fuck, I didn't mean to press that. I meant to examine it. This is where the photographic plate goes, isn't it, I think? Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual... Well, okay, I guess there's new stuff to it now. Is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tussville's. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, isn't she? There we go. There's no plate in there, so we can't see what picture it took. Yeah. This is a tricky one. This is tough. Yeah, maybe... Yeah, maybe it's on this one?
Objection.
No. Whoopsie. But the camera's the only thing I can think of. We know it was Odie Asman who was the reporter. Bup, bup, ba-da-da, bup, bup. Yeah, maybe that's the case. The newspaper.
Objection.
Yeah, because how would he know that the professor was wearing a mask if you didn't see him? That's a good point, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I don't know what I didn't see. The illustration with the article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. I also love his shrug animation. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the close court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, it was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? Thank you for cutting out the clown music, Von Zeeks. If you're stubbornly sticking to the story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Okay, quickly, gotta think up something. What he'd in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work, who was also wearing an iron mask. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy on the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection.
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
What does she have to say about this? Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. She is digging in. Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Wow, now he's threatening other witnesses. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drabel told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. Thank you, Tospels, for ruining this man's day. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Ah, now this is where the camera comes into play. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up.
Well, that will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes?
You refute the account just given by Madame Tospels.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I would not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. This is where the camera comes into play. Yes, baseless accusations implies the existence of based accusations. Now we can use the camera.
Objection.
Easy. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the Fateful Night. Yes, we, borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah, owned. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah! Owned. We're really picking him apart now. We've got him nailed to the wall. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection.
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Looking conspicuously to his left. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
It's her.
Take that.
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting would mean? That the execution never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection.
Oh, boy, have you some things to learn. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. You would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Boy, I wonder why. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Aha! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yeah, he did the leg thing. It's been a whole game. He hasn't done it yet. Lord Von Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. It's been so long since he did the leg thing. He didn't do it in the second case at all.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. Yeah, that is the one piece we're missing, is who shot him? We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered to a research that could warrant it.
To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake could be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits, too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Yeah, though, it was for embarrassing back then, because he's the journalist. We saw his signature on the picture. Your time is up, my learned friends. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, I like how he dodges it. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is. It's going to be the contract and the paper so we can compare the signatures. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. And what other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
See, it has his signature on it, and it looks the same as the one on the newspaper.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill this man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? It's right here, it's the signature.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Owned. Yeah, we've got him now, fellas. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odi Asmund. Oh yeah, he's fallen on his knees where he belongs. But explain to the court, why? Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Street Fighter 6 roster might have leaked. I'll have to look later. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Asmund. Enough! I think we got him. I think this is the part where he just, like, gives up. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too bored to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could ever happen to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. Oh boy. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? The trophy. He kept the trophy despite everything.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Counsel?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Well, also, and his bad choices, but you know. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Or maybe not. Who's holding it? Who's saying to hold it? Who is it? It's not Von Zeeks. Oh, it's gonna be Scythe, isn't it? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? Yeah, I guess Drebber wasn't gonna give up, but Scythe is like, whatever. I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? I'm not sure. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. We haven't seen the professor's face yet, and I still think that's really important. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. This doesn't feel quite right. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. I feel like there's more to this. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What? Yeah, there's more to this. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Yeah, that's true. We don't have the big evidence that we need, because he blew it up. Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Zeeks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. That sounds almost like a threat.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
But here's the thing about a jury, right? You don't need the one big piece of evidence if everything else is compelling enough, right?
This trial is not the proper form in which to peruse the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean... I feel like some of these threads might be picked up in the next case.
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Mr. Harebrain's innocence. So I have a feeling some of these threads might be picked up next time. Because this case kind of ended on an empty note, didn't it? We didn't get everything. We didn't get it all. We still don't know everything about the professor. We don't know what he looks like. Drebber didn't admit to it. There's more to this that we haven't found yet. I bet it'll be picked up in the next case.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Yeah, Scythe folded a little too easily, I feel like. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Yeah, I'll fold her. And is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... This is a tough one. But it's not the whole truth, is it?
Objection.
Stop that. cut the music. We didn't win yet. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Yep, gotta follow Sholmes' advice. He might be an idiot, but he's not always an idiot. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ah! As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Yeah, back me up, Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. There's more to this. I think she maybe wasn't as blackmailed as we think. If there's more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Taichi. Like, Scythe has a motive to be in on this too, because if Asbin believed the story that Drebber told him, then that means he is also knowing that she fucked up the autopsy. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Homina, homina, homina. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. She's smiling way too... Yeah, she's way too happy. Just look at the expression on Dr. Sai's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Tisk, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are so very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you were getting along with it? Screenshot taken on her saying, "Shrewd boy, thank you." I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Hold it!
Wait, you like to imagine she says boya instead of boya? Oh, so like this? Boya? So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork... I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Which was just returning it, yeah. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber, and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still... I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
Right, the screwdriver and such. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes had something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmon. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. What if he was still alive when she did this? Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. I mean, I guess his neck could have still been broken from that fall. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. But what if it wasn't? What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. Is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. What if he was still alive when she stabbed him? Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Yeah, if the cage... So, did he actually break his neck when he fell? That's what I'm concerned about. Let me see this. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. I'm pointing too. The prosecution concurs.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asman with this? Yes, far easier than this section, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. I don't know what to present, though. Like, I think I know what I'm trying to do here, which is prove that she actually killed him by stabbing him in the chest, but... This is so hard. This is a tough one. Maybe I should press her other statements first.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. Now you aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. Now, I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down! Dr. Scythe!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret? No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was... Sorry. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted to everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there really could be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How these two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Ah, this is so tough. It has to be this, but I don't know what to present. Let me think. So, she stabbed him, and I think the theory is now that she moved him after, but why would she do that? I think it's got to be the photograph.
Objection!
Yeah. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
Like, does his neck look snapped in that photograph? I apologize, my lord. Like, one vertebra is what they said. He could have still been alive. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. Yeah, the theme song kicking in. That seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Let me see. Would it... Like, does this look like a snapped neck to you? Yeah. Let me see. Let me look. How did she word this? Lay in the toppled cage and plunge the screwdriver into his chest. Let me look at the cage again. How would she... I guess she could open it, but... But it's the bottom that was broken, right? Hmm. Where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Take that!
This is probably wrong. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a down... Oh, yeah, right. So if it was toppled, it would be dripping in a different way. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Right, it wouldn't be dripping downward if he was laying on his back. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. Right, it would have, like, rolled. And if the victim had already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber, a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes at the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to recover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Oh god. Definitely how she was coerced, I think. Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by someone by letter at all. What? If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That's as may be. So why don't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest.
Counsel, need I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion?
Whoops! Oh, whoops. I have to, like... Please let me skip. I'm not allowed to skip.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty!
Guilty.
They decide they're guilty based on that. Oh no. I'm so sorry, everybody. I can't reload. It'll take me back to where I was. Okay, I'm super sorry to have to do this, but I'm actually late for something and I have to be going. I really hate to leave it here, minions, but we'll have to wrap up this case next time. I really wanted to wrap up this case, but I've already pushed it too far and I have to be going now. I'm so sorry to leave it on such a climactic note, but we'll figure it out next time. Cliffhanger. Consider it a cliffhanger. To be continued. I had a lot of fun, of course, and I'll see you next time. I'm sorry to rush off, but I'll see you next time. And Seek the Jolteon, thank you for the last-minute follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I'll see you next time. Sorry for the cliffhanger. Bye!